I have now returned. This may not seem obvious, but I had experienced a break, both from recording this game and maybe a slight break from playing this game too. But I have been playing this game in my spare time, but just not recorded. One part of me really still enjoys playing this game. I can talk more about why. And for now, the short answer would be I like to engage this game's systems. And I feel motivated to discover and maintain a play style that is very, very comfortable to me. I also feel excited to be recording these game videos after my previous recordings of the Coromon game. One reason is because I suddenly want to practice a new type of talking style. So if not obvious by now, I am trying to practice more breaks in my speaking. The reason for these breaks is to give listeners more time to process what I say. And partly to give my mind some breaks to help me organize my words better. And to support my goal of recording me playing games that shows a more relaxed mood. So I want to try this more paced talking. And one reason I feel excited to record this game again is that I may have discovered a play style or a build that is very accessible to me, and within the constraints of this game, does help me to progress in a fairly satisfying way. So I will describe more what I am referring to. Currently, I am playing as the wizard class. And what I discovered is this wizard has a great strength, which is about delivering massive damage. Which is primarily through their magic spells. So I decided to build my wizard's character to support that strength. And lucky for me, the systems relating to how the wizard battles is relatively accessible to me. So one reason that accessibility exists, can people see this floating sword that follows me? So I believe partial automation is one way that games can be more accessible. And this magic sword that follows me always attacks nearby enemies. So this is accessible because a core experience about this game, which is combat and fighting, this magic sword enables me to survive these combat systems and not require any extra effort from me. The second accessibility support for me is these blue dragons that I am summoning. So that is another magic spell. I just press one button. Multiple of these summons appear. And they automatically aim. And they automatically attack my enemies. So I appreciate this type of accessibility. Because this means I can engage with this game's systems with minimal or much less effort. So this means I currently deeply enjoy playing as the wizard class when choosing these abilities. And forgive me if my current talking pace may seem too slow, but one part of me enjoys talking slower. And this is great practice for me to find a balance between how fast I speak and how much I can communicate. And one great reason why me talking slower can be more pleasant for me, more pleasant to listen to me, is that there is much less risk that you will hear me stutter. Or I mean, there is much less risk I will stutter, and much less chance of me using those thinking noises like and. So if people were interested in experiencing me talking in a much more calm and collected way, now is a great opportunity to listen to this type of talking. And I am absolutely okay with my talking style not being entertaining enough for most people. I am okay with that. I would like to believe I do not need external validation. Which means I am motivated to follow my decisions that make me feel happier. So I feel happy when I play games that I enjoy. I feel happy when I record myself playing games that I enjoy. And I feel happy talking while recording myself playing games that I enjoy. And I enjoy exploring communication styles that may be easier for listeners and easier for me to communicate. And I do like talking slower for one reason, that I am less likely to rush through my thoughts, and less likely to stutter. And less likely to trip over my own words. And I like to exercise my comfortability with silence. So if as a listener, this is your first time watching my game recordings, welcome. One of my intents is to share these more relaxed recordings of me playing games that I enjoy. Or games that I do enjoy at least one part of the entire experience. And I say that partly because that is true, and partly because I like to talk game design. And I am not afraid to critique my game experiences, and not afraid to talk about why I may or may not enjoy specific game experiences. And I only now realized my current talking pace might offer listeners a service, because maybe in this fast-paced, potentially overwhelming world, maybe we need reminders to slow down and to relax. But to be clear, my game recordings are intended to have a more relaxed mood or relaxed theme. But I am not trying to relax people in an extremely efficient way. Though that might happen accidentally. If for any reason my talking pace or my voice might seem soothing to people, but I am just trying to be Trevor. I am trying to be my natural self. And that means I will always grow. I will make mistakes. I will learn. And I will try to survive. I very recently was listening to some YouTube videos. One moment while I focus on this decision. I prefer spell damage, but I like health regeneration too, because that helps me survive easier. And some more armor too. So to finish my previous thought, I recently watched some videos from this YouTube channel named Josh Strife says, if my memory is correct, and I like listening to their perspective and their opinions about this world. And one reason, and I only realized that recently, because the YouTube algorithm recommended me some of those videos. And I decided to risk some of my spare time to listen to those videos. And I was only slightly familiar with that person. Because I watched the Trash Taste YouTube video when that person was a guest. And at that time, I believe they had a fairly interesting insight into online multiplayer RPG games. And this Josh Strife person seems to have some insight into the people that play those games. But after watching that Trash Taste podcast, I was never interested in exploring that person's YouTube channel. And not because the person was not interesting enough, but mainly because if I have a limited amount of my free time, I do not want to risk wasting that free time in places that are where there is less guarantee I will feel happy. So what that means is when I have spare time, I often choose to play my computer games. And one reason for that is games give me a reliable source of joy. And that is partly because I repeatedly play my games, and repeated experiences create familiarity, and familiarity is comfortable. And then only recently I decided to listen to one of these YouTube videos when Josh Strife was engaging in discussions with people when recording one of their game playing streams. And I like the interesting and insightful perspectives of this Josh Strife. Which can be very thought-provoking. And now the time I have consumed to try to communicate these thoughts has caused me to forget why I started talking about Josh Strife. Although one of the messages I did want to communicate was that I value their opinions, and what I have listened to is interesting. I may or may not agree with all that Josh Strife says. But I still like to listen. And what I am about to say, I do not intend to be disrespectful to any person. But one reason I like to listen to Josh Strife is because they have a sexy British accent. Forgive me, but I may have a weakness for British accents. That there is just something very pleasant to my mind and to my ears when I listen to a very specific type of British accent. And I do not know if my mind has some kind of bias, some kind of positive bias about British people. But the structure and the sounds of a specific type of British accent is just very soothing for me to listen to. And this British accent was one reason I liked to watch the Harry Potter movies, because I could listen to multiple people talking with a British accent. So forgive me if this is not very accurate, but I will try some copied expressions of this British accent. So one character screams a magic spell that was named Bombarda. And there was a name of a specific sweet. Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans. Although my impression of the British accents might not be that great, and I have not watched those movies since a very long time before now. Oh, there was one phrase from the third movie when Harry was just wandering a street and decided to enter this magic bus, and the bus driver had a very thick British accent, which sounded roughly like, "Come on then, let's not wait for the grass to grow." Actually, that sounded vaguely more Australian accent just now. "Come on then, let's not wait for the grass to grow." But yes, I like to. I I probably was talking on a fairly large tangent, but the short version is I like that specific type of British accent. And maybe I am mistaken. I am only realizing now that I am talking about this, it might not be the British accents that I like. Maybe what I truly like is when people enunciate. And what that means is when people speak in a way that is very easy to understand what other words they are saying, what are the syllables of the words they are saying, and if I can identify the words people say extremely quickly and extremely easily, then that is much less burden on my mind and less burden on my working memory to interpret what people are saying. So possibly the people with British accents that I like to listen to, they might coincidentally enunciate in a great way. to be inclusive of all people. So I will explain for people not familiar with the meaning of the word enunciate. That is a style of speaking that tries to express words in the absolute most clear way. And one common way to achieve that clarity of expression is to say words or say the pieces of words in a much more clear and a much more obvious way. So maybe stretching out the sounds of some syllables, maybe slightly extending the sounds of the entire word. That is my current understanding. And my guess is that enunciation requires great practice, or much practice. I suddenly recall now one reason I wanted to mention Josh Strife Says. There was one interesting discussion that made me realize one reason why people may struggle in today's world. And some of the biggest problems we have as a human society is that this world seems to be changing much faster than us humans can adapt. And our community sizes and our ability to engage with any size of community has become so efficient and so massive that people are struggling to work with that large scale. So if I did not describe that clearly, I would try to describe better with slightly more simple examples. So in ancient history, human communities and groups of humans that regularly live together or regularly engage with each other, those groups were much smaller in size relative to now. So that means back in ancient times, we had smaller villages of people. So that meant groups of people that might have a group size of at most, as a guess, maybe 20 people, maybe 50 people, maybe even up to 200 people. And back in those times, solving problems was probably easier. Because with smaller and much more intimate communities, people may have worked together easier. So for example, trying to be a successful parent was probably much easier during ancient times, because parenting responsibilities were not restricted to just the biological parents. Parenting responsibilities were probably shared in the entire village community. So that is one simple example, which may not represent all of today's problems. But the example was intended to help share some insight into why us humans have so many struggles today. And with the advancement of technologies, today we have access to much more information much faster than our ancient ancestors. So in one way, that is a positive achievement. Because relative to our ancient ancestors, we now have tools, and we now have processes that are much more efficient than what any of our ancestors had access to. Which means we can solve more complex problems easier. But what new technology does also do is create more problems for us people as well. So what Josh Strife was discussing in one of their videos, they said that because we now have technology to access global information, which means we can announce messages to a very massive number of people relatively easily, and relatively easily we can access the news and events of other places on this planet. But one problem is that we as humans have a much higher risk of feeling overwhelmed. And my opinion is that part of this problem is that our education systems may have failed to teach people how to prepare better for this large scale world. So what that means is that we are given technologies, we are given tools, but we are never taught how to use those tools responsibly. So right now, I have access to the internet. But I am not able to clearly recall if any teacher in my schools or high school or university, not a single person that I can clearly recall told me, Trevor, the internet is a fantastic tool. You can access information, you can access people perspectives, and there is a great diversity you can find on the internet. But Trevor, one caution I have is that you can feel overwhelmed with the amount of internet data. You might feel angry with some of this internet data. You might feel upset. If you want to engage with the internet, try to find spaces that you truly value. But instead, this world seems to just shower people with new technologies, new advances, new products, and it may be fair to believe most people are just extremely overwhelmed all the time. Us humans were a much more simple species once. Possibly. That there was a time when we were closer to the animals. That there was a time when clothes were not invented. That there was a time when the only concerns were food, sleep, shelter, security, safety, and having children. There was a time when we were just farmers. So what we as humans have succeeded at, we have succeeded at creating an extremely complex world that we operate in. So we started as cave people that just eats food, sleeps, and have children. And today we have so much more to manage. We now must manage personal finances. We now must manage our mental health. We should also manage our personal health, our physical health. We may have our hobbies, interests, and needs. We must secure some kind of financial stability. We all want safety. We all want a home or a shelter. The extremely large amounts of data that we must process just to survive is much more than any other animal. Can you imagine dogs and cats talking to each other about their struggles with personal finance? Can you imagine pigs and cows talking to each other about the struggles to pay their electricity bills? Can you imagine horses and goats talking about what university courses they want to study? Us humans have succeeded at creating an extremely complex world that is so complex that each time that we have children, those children must consume several years of their life just to learn how to interact with this world. So much of a child's life is consumed learning language. so much of a child's life is learning about behaviors and social groups. So much of a growing child and teenager and young adult life is learning about their own health, which may include hormones, may include mental health, or in the absolute worst cases, these people just never learn. Many people might have broken families, partly because there are many parents who were just not ready to be parents. And I believe the role of a parent is to inspire their children. Parents should give their children a psychological safe space. Parents should take the blame for all of their children's mistakes. And great parents always celebrate when their children succeed. I believe many of these traits are also common with great leaders. But unfortunately, many people have children when they are not ready to be great parents. And what that causes that causes children to grow into broken adults. So because some people may not have the best families, may not have the best social groups, and not have the best spaces when growing through school. Some people just become broken, and the way they choose to solve problems might be destructive. And the sad reason why that happens, or one sad reason why that might happen, was that those broken people never learned any better way. because those broken people may have been surrounded by other broken people, and the only way they know how to solve problems is to be destructive, which is very sad. I wish in future there is a much easier way to secure absolute safety for all people. And my opinion is that in an ideal safe world, we would never ever need the law. We would never ever need police. We would never ever need power. And we would never ever need force. Because if people can agree to be mutually curious, if people agree to be mutually supportive, if people agree to mutually communicate, then I would like to believe we can solve our own problems and we can solve each other's problems much easier and much faster. But one challenge is that this world is not consistently safe for all people. This world does not consistently support all people's needs. And we have a massive neurodiversity. So what that neurodiversity means is that what would support one person may not support a random other person in the same ways, for the same reasons, at the same intensity. Some people want excitement in their life. Some people want quiet stability in their life. Some people like to be very open-minded and to always learn. Some people like to have a very small world that they maintain. Some people welcome change. Some people dislike change. I wish there was some very easy way to support all people with all of their needs and that way this world may have much less problems. And possibly one reason we have so much problems is that individual needs are just not supported enough. And those needs are not restricted to just neurospicy people like autistic or ADHD, but all people have their own needs. People may be neurotypical or neuromajority.
No charges.
Some people may be ambivert. Some people might be introverts. And this is one reason why minority groups of people typically suffer the most. Because currently this world operates with the idea of trying to support the most number of people as possible. But if like me, you might be unfortunate enough to not be part of that group of most people, then the support we receive is either none or extremely minimal. And in an ideal human supportive world that is self-sustaining, maybe that means that there should no longer be sacrifice. Maybe in some other version of this world, maybe parenting and great leadership is much easier to execute. maybe in a different version of this world, pursuing passions and motivations might be much easier and might seem effortless. And maybe in some other version of this world, it maybe we have better systems that reinforce the importance of people, and reinforce or encourage the importance of relationship building, deep meaningful relationships with trust, with safety, and that is much more important than trying to generate as much money as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, the world we have now is still very messy and still has problems. But I would like to believe that one day, I would like to believe in the future, with enough commitment, maybe with some sacrifice, that we can solve these problems. But yes, I do not intend to start a deep and sad discussion about this world. My mind just naturally tangented its way to that topic, which was not planned. But I am also not surprised. I am familiar with the operation of my mind, and naturally and historically, my mind just naturally finds loose connections in my memories, and travels through those memories. Which I am very okay with. Maybe one more message I want to share that I believe all people should hear is that it is very okay to be your natural self. And what that natural self is could be anything. Maybe you are a person that likes to talk much. Maybe you are a person that likes to play games. Maybe you are a person that likes to read books. Maybe you are a person that enjoys loud big parties. All of those things are completely valid. And you do not need external validation to accept yourself and to love yourself. You are your own beautiful human being, and one way to approach life is to identify what your needs are and to find ways to support your own needs. And yes, there may be chances you may conflict with other people's needs, but this is a skill that we should learn, which is how to balance competing needs of diverse people. But it is okay to be you. And I feel slightly sad or slightly concerned when there are so many people that try to hide who they are. This could be things like outer beauty. So people wear very loud clothes, or they wear makeup to try and express a specific type of beauty, but that makes them hide their natural features. And maybe there are people who are not as concerned about that type of beauty. So that could be a massive waste of time and effort. So any person listening who is in the cosmetic industry or the beauty industry is probably going to hate me for saying that, but I value personal mental health much more than outside beauty. And I have experienced parts of my life when I was taught to hide parts of myself because because mental health was what was considered a shame and considered a weakness. And I respectfully disagree.
Impossible.
I believe mental health is very, very important, and we should commit the time and the energy to support our health. Because if we do not have our health, how are we going to support our future goals? How are we going to support other people that we might work with? All of those amazing things start with us as the individuals. And this world needs better system, or I believe this world should have better systems that inspire and support humans so much better. And I disagree with the idea that any human can solve all of their problems with just aggressive willpower. I tried that and I failed. When I was studying in during my younger life in university, I tried to convince myself I was some epic superhero with no problems. And all and the only result of that was burnout, was exhaustion, was anger towards myself. And it was just this unsustainable mental health state. Now that I have returned to my small village, one moment while I organize my inventory. Uh, none of these I want to, oh wait. Yeah, none of these I want to store. Because I just want to focus on my wizard. And I like some of the equipment my wizard already has, which is the current best that I want. So I will sell the equipments I will not use. So to try and summarize what progressed in my play of this game since my previous recorded uploaded YouTube video of this Heroes of Hammerwatch 2. I was exploring the other classes and their abilities. So I tried the sorcerer. I tried using this fire war, which was kind of amazing. The war sits for a very long time, and just constantly burns the enemies for a short time, and if I can reduce magic cooldown enough, I could stack multiple of these flames. I then stopped using this class because trying to fight enemies that attack from a distance was more difficult. Then I tried the warlock, and I like this ability. This constant vortex that surrounds me, and is mildly accessible. Because that ability is this area of damage that always follows me. Is a fairly large area, and damage is inflicted multiple times each second, so can be strong. I stopped using this play style because my warlock was because of this magic, I must be very close to the enemies, and that meant I was receiving much more damage. So, and that there was no simple reliable way that I could heal my warlock. Then I tried the rogue, and I thought to myself, what would happen if I supported their magic much more? I liked this very strong explosive. And the Rogu is great at surviving because they have a fairly high evade chance relative to the other classes. and they have this unique ability, as that description said. There is a guarantee to evade any hit, any damage, once every 10 seconds. So that can slow down the damage that I receive. And there is also this extra chance to evade any attack. So I tried this class, and this was okay. But then I wanted something better, something easier to use. So I tried the Ranger. This magic I very much like. Wide area, plenty of damage. And possibly the Ranger has the best team healing magic, because if I choose this ability, the healing wisps, that means when I activate this magic, both me and all of my allies in this area receive a very large and fast amounts of healing, and the healing effect is triggered multiple times. So I like this more than the paladin's just single healing blast. One problem I discovered with this playstyle is that some enemies cannot be attacked by this magic. So that includes the flying bats, that I believe, if my memory is correct, that those bats cannot be touched by this magic. So I must then depend on my weapon, which is much more difficult to use, because I have to move to the enemies and I must aim my attack, and I must actively trigger my attack as well. So that disrupted what would have been a very accessible way to engage in combat through just this magic. And yes, the bats do not appear too often, but also when I try to open those shadow chests, those flying black ghosts, they also seem to be they seem to be not touched by this magic either. So one of my challenges that reduced the game accessibility was that I could not depend on a single playstyle with this ranger build that would consistently defeat all enemies. And I dislike the idea that I must reserve one part of my mind and reserve a set of skills that must always be changed to or changed from to suit my situation. I just want one accessible playstyle that will help me mow down all of my challenges. So I stopped using the arranger. Then one day when I was not playing, I had the idea, what if I used the wizard's magic sword? And I was aware this wizard ability existed when I played before. But only recently, to support my accessibility needs, I chose to explore this wizard's class again. And I observed the damage. I decided how to build my wizard. I decided to support this wizard's strength of intelligence multiplier. So instead of trying to build a wizard that was tough and mildly strong, I tried to test a wizard configuration that was extremely strong. And with my attribute points, I assigned all of them into intelligence. So now this is 271. And pleasantly surprisingly, this wizard build is extremely strong. And I can still survive battles if I can avoid taking too much damage. So when I am receiving too much damage, I can just run away and wait for my wizard to heal. And massive attack strength is a form of defense. Because the sooner I can defeat my enemies, the sooner they stop attacking me. and that means the rate at which I receive damage becomes much lower. And then I had the idea, what if I complemented this magic sword? What if I tried to use this magic to increase my rate of damage much more? So now I have this strong magic sword that does not need mana. And I have this extra magic which automatically shoots enemies. And with my intelligence optimized wizard, I can defeat enemies very quickly. And because they are defeated so fast, that vaguely gives me some more accessibility. Because if I can shorten the time to engage in battles, that means that is less time that I am receiving damage. And I was only recently thinking, instead of having this higher damage, higher mana cost fire spells just for those dragon heads, I was thinking, what would happen if I choose the ability that changes them to using ice damage? So I will now trade my fire mastery for all of the mastery. I do not know if this will actually support my play style better. But I can try. And so I may have discovered a class and play style that is very accessible, very comfortable for me to engage with. And this build is great enough that I can survive much easier, which enables me to progress easier and faster through this game. 11%. To 12%. Great. 15.5. So I am just tracking these numbers for now, so I can observe when they increase as I donate resources. Okay, great. So this is now the spell damage is now higher than 15.5. So I did increase. This says 11 for stone. Not increased yet. I will try to donate some more stone. Still not increased, so maybe next time. And the smith 18%. Wow, that is a large amount of iron relative to how much I typically gain. I forget if the game said 17 or 18%, but it was some full number. Okay, great. 18.775 now. Okay, so that is now more upgrades for all of my classes. And I like the idea that the more I play, the easier this game becomes. And I enjoy playing this game so much. I will repeatedly play through this same structure. And I do suddenly want some more maps, because that could help me to improve my character builds much more. I also like the idea of trying to get more resources. So replacing experience scrolls with materials. Okay.
Agree.
I also learned recently about this game that consuming large numbers of potions does help me unlock some more attribute points or some more skill points. So my slight change to my behavior when I play is when I discover a well, I will consume all of my potions and then restore all of my potions instantly through that same well. I I vaguely have the desire now to be a little more quiet. That that is partly because I do not have much in my mind that I want to talk about yet. That that is partly because I am trying to focus with playing this game. Partly because I am comfortable with silence with myself. And often for me, being quiet is a way to relax my mind. Oh, I suddenly have a related memory that I can share. There was a time earlier in my life when I enjoyed much more playing a specific style of game, which is the Ace Attorney series from Capcom. So for people not familiar, probably the way I would summarize that experience is a very dramatic story about law in the courtroom with themes about defending people, themes of trust, and trying to solve problems with evidence, and much less aggression. So I believe I have played all of the Ace Attorney games that currently exist, and I enjoy how accessible the game is, because very visual novel type experience.
It's empty.
But that there is a little too much reading for my liking. But when I played those games, I always felt excited, because there is some kind of fantasy role of being a lawyer, and but also being a detective, and trying to experience a story by revealing mysteries in a very slow paced way, and also experiencing dramatic story moments of triumph, and maybe even some sadness. So the reason I wanted to talk briefly about these Ace Attorney games, that was the context for my experience, or some of my joyful experience with the games. But one challenge for me was that not all of those games were created for the same machines that would host those games. So I did own a Nintendo DS or a Nintendo dual screen, which was my first time playing those games. And then eventually there was some announcements that there would be a new Ace Attorney game named Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. And that game was using more complex technology and probably could not be played through Nintendo DS. And I had no intent at that time to buy the Nintendo Switch. Partly because at that time I was living with my biological family. So and I did not have a job. And my parents did not want to waste too much money buying me games and new game machines. So I was convinced that this Dual Destinies game that I felt excited about, I would never ever be able to play that game. So what I decided at that time, I would find YouTube videos of people that played that game silently, which means people are not talking. There is no commentary. And in a sad way, I was trying to experience a game through some other person's recording. And then one day, or sometime later from then, I was surprised that specific game was available for the iPad. And because I was in a very unique circumstance at that time, I was homeless. I was living in some I was temporarily living in some shelter for other homeless people too. But I was allowed to have my iPad. So my parents agreed to 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 give me the small money to buy that game for the iPad. And then I did play and finish that Dual Destinies. And I did also play the sequel to that game as well on the same iPad. I forget the exact name, but it might have been Spirits of Justice. And that Spirits of Justice game was interesting because they introduced this system where in those courtrooms, one person or one character had this ability to replay the moments just before a person's death. And we had to somehow use that information as evidence to prove who may or may not have been guilty in that court case. So that was interesting, but also slightly scary. So long story short, the only reason that I mention that experience of me watching some other person's recording of a game that I liked was that when I was talking about being silent when playing and recording this game, I was reminded of that one time in my life when I did watch another person's silent game recording. And that reminds me of this interesting discussion I have been having with myself. And I asked myself repeatedly, why was there a time earlier in my life when I greatly enjoyed and committed much time to watching other people play games through YouTube. videos. And one of my answers was that Let's Plays were a very novel idea for its time. Which may have been true, but does not explain does not explain why today I can still watch people play games and listen to their commentary of the games they are playing as they play, and that is still vaguely interesting to me. Then my next answer to that question, why do I enjoy watching people play games? My next answer was maybe the personality type of the speaker. Is it possible I just like listening to friendly people? And some of that might have been true, but I also consider myself a very introvert person. So while friendly entertainers in YouTube might be nice, that is not a necessary part of my life. So that got me thinking, well, maybe at the time when I was more actively watching those game recordings and game commentaries, maybe they gave me a much needed distraction from my life struggles. And I was thinking maybe there is some truth to that as well. But as I did say just recently, even today, well, maybe I am an easily distracted person, but today I could still enjoy listening to people commentate on their games as they play. And my life is more stable now than when I was much younger, when my life was much more stressful. So surely this and surely watching people play games is not the only way to distract me. Then I proposed another answer to myself. Maybe I enjoy watching those game commentaries. Is maybe they give me some insight into games that I may never play. And that may be true to some extent. Partly because I am a typically curious person. But that would not explain why sometimes I enjoy watching game commentaries of games I am already familiar with, or games I have already played. So my next proposed answer to myself is maybe I wanted to listen to experts of those games and listen to them reveal more depth to games I am familiar with that I may not have realized. And there might be some truth to that answer as well.
Potion is empty.
But that does not explain why there are times I enjoy listening to people play people play games I am not familiar with. And now I am thinking, maybe I enjoy listening to game commentaries or game recordings, maybe for different reasons at different times. And one other answer I proposed to myself to that same question about why would I enjoy listening to game commentary. And one answer might be maybe I just wanted some background noise, like maybe some background talking while I focus on some other activity. Because that there were times when I would consume much hours to develop games or to play games, and that there was and still is this odd desire to have human talking in the background while I focus on some activity. And there may be truth to that idea as well, but that cannot be the only reason, because that does not explain why there are times I want to stop listening to game commentary in the background, so I can focus on playing my game better, or focus on my primary activity much better. But apparently having background talking seems to be a common desire for people. So that there is a phrase that people use, which is second monitor content, and I have heard people share stories about watching television or watching movies as a secondary activity to some other task. So I do not know if the reason we engage in those behaviors is to support a specific personal need. I consider myself a person that is very comfortable with silence, but there is also this odd desire to just always be listening to people talking. Especially listening to people with sexy enunciating British accents. And that might have been part of the reason too. One reason I did listen to these game commentaries was I was experiencing a phase in my life that I was very attracted to the British accent. And thanks to technology that can help me connect with people globally. I used YouTube to listen to British accent game commentary. And more recently, I discovered I can also enjoy listening to my own game recording videos that I upload to YouTube. So maybe the best answer to why I enjoy watching or listening to games or game commentary while people are walking through their games. Maybe because games represent something special to me. Maybe games reminds me of a much more simple and much more innocent child life. Maybe games reminds me of some of the happiest moments in my life. Maybe games reminds me of a safe space that I always value. Maybe games have a deep and a positive relevance to me that watching other people share their experience with games makes me feel happier. Maybe experiencing games and talking about games is one of my passions. I do not know. Maybe games represents some ideal level of freedom and creativity that I always love. Maybe games represent what I would commit my time to if I was retired. Maybe games represents this unrelenting joy in a safe space of play. Maybe games represent a safe space that I can explore and grow my natural self. Maybe games are what they represent to me is one form of expression. Maybe what games represent to me is a positive lifestyle. And maybe watching other people spread the joy of games makes me feel happier.
It's empty.
But to return to the idea of having background talking, that reminds me we have a similar experience from older human history. If I recall correctly, before we had the internet, and before we had desktop computers, people would listen to their radios. So for people not familiar, radios were a one type of communication device. Vaguely similar to television, but these small machines that can detect radio waves. And we as humans discovered how to send voice data through those radio waves. And I am no expert about radios, but my basic understanding and from some experience in my earlier life too, they these radios were small machines that were similar to YouTube. You can choose which channels to pick up radio waves. And based on which channel that your machine was tuned to, you you could listen to people speaking. And at the time, the types of radio broadcasts that existed were either news, or they were entertainment, when they would just play various music that they choose. And the only reason I raised that is maybe historically, humans have always had this desire to have background human talking before the internet, before YouTube. But with the advancements of technology, we are learning more about these human natures much faster. So in a very odd way, there seem to be many parts of this world, or parts of the human life that does change. And maybe there are some other parts of the human experience that never changes. I do not know, and the human mind, or the human brain is very complex. I am noticing, is that a cracked wall that is blocking a secret, or I'm hiding a secret? Yes. My attention to visual detail was correct. Oh, maybe I forgot. But why have I not picked up this item yet? Because this seems like the entrance to this area, and I I imagine I would have walked there first. Or maybe I only just started this level. Where is the door switch? If people are curious about the motivations of my decisions in these dungeon playthroughs, the trinkets that I choose are those that give me any resource bonuses. Which means more wood, or more stone, or more gold. And the reason why I want more resources more quickly is that this will support my long-term enjoyment of this game. Because if I can build up large amounts of resources quickly, that means I can donate more to the village church. And that means I can upgrade my character's toughness and strength. And when I can increase those numbers enough, then this game becomes much less difficult experience for me. And experiencing less difficulty in the context of this game is very enjoyable for me. but saying that gives me a sudden thought. There is this story that I might not be not be explaining it in the best way. But the story, but I will try. So there is this story about these two people having a conversation. And one of those people approaches the other and asks, you seem to have a very successful fishing, was it hobby or fishing business? And why not grow that business more, so you can earn more money faster? And then that second person responds with, well, why would I need to earn money more faster? Then the first person responds with, well, with the extra money that you save up, you can use that money to pursue your own dreams and your own interests. And I probably forgot most of that story details. And I forgot how the second person responded, but eventually the conversation ends. With something like, well, all of that effort to chase money and chase my dreams, I am living my dream life now. I enjoy fishing, and I do fishing because I love this. So the story was vaguely trying to show that there might be a very unhealthy obsession with trying to gain money, that if people wanted to pursue interests or pursue passions, they can start now. You do not have to wait for money. And to be clear, I do not have any clear opinion relating to that story. And for many people, it might be complex to decide how much money each individual needs to feel happy. And some individuals might need more money to enable what they desire most in their life. But one part of that story that I do agree with is if people have any interests, any passions, any hobbies, I believe we can start those commitments to those passions now. And there does not have to be any big leaps of achievements. But at least small steps towards what we
No charges.
small steps towards what we want to engage with. So for example, I really like my games. Games to me are a fairly significant part of my lifestyle. And instead of thinking, I will work extremely hard now so I can retire at the age of 40. And then after I retire, I will consume all of my hours each day just playing games non-stop. And until I retire, I will never ever play games. I believe that is a very unhealthy way to engage with our interests. I and may, I do not know what other people prefer. But for me personally, I would easily choose to have a delayed retirement. If that means I can engage with and enjoy my interests every day. Even if that daily commitment to my interests is small, maybe maximum 1 hour, maybe maximum 2 hours each day. I would prefer engaging with my interests more regularly than in some kind of delayed big bang. And observe now how fast I am fighting this boss. The battle only just started, and in roughly 20 to 30 seconds, this boss at this new game plus level 1 is now defeated. So this is one reason I like this wizard class, because they seem great at magic damage. That is one of their biggest strengths. And I do not recall if I was able to defeat any boss as quickly with any other class. The next closest might be the sorcerer. When I was trying to use that flaming ground magic. But these dragon or these hydra heads are so much more better than the sorcerer's fire ground magic. And the reason for that is these hydra heads have a a longer attack range. And when these Hydra heads attack, they automatically aim at their targets. There is no extra effort, no extra intervention required by my skills. Which helps give me a more accessible experience. I am slightly more quiet now because I am trying to focus on playing. I have noticed the enemies are strong enough that I must run around and dodge attacks to survive. And I suddenly realized that my character not tough might be because of my large shadow curse count. And stay down. I missed one treasure. Okay, then I will return to that. Great. That is a decent amount of wood. And I see one pile of gold that I missed. I see that crack. Oh, I only now noticed I could remove much of my shadow curse, or most of them, because there are three of these. Okay. Oh, I did not see that cracked wall.
Potion is empty.
Potion is empty. That seems like a dramatic way to express that message. Potion is not ready. Stay down. I like I like finding 20 stone in secrets in secret rooms. I missed what seems like a piece of wood in the wall, but this level seems to be cleared now. I want I want a little shadow curse so I can trigger the other item that gives me, or that takes away shadow curse, and helps me to unlock some more attributes or skill points. My character moves funny. The legs are not moving. I like this trinket. Much more damage against bosses. Yes, that would greatly shorten the time to defeat them. I want more resources and more damage. Oops. I did not expect to die very fast. My mistake. But for now, I do want to have a brief break from recording this game. So what this means is I want to continue playing this game, but play some YouTube videos in the background so I can listen to some talking, and maybe learn something new. A level 28 cape. and only requires slightly more focus. Oh, I do have one of these those types of capes. Okay, great. So I do not need to buy that one. And now that I have returned to this village, I did not notice these side rooms. Well, there are cats. Okay. Okay, so 12% weapon damage. Although I'm not too interested in weapon damage for my wizard because I use mainly magic. I did pick up much resources though, and I like that. Okay, I will now have a break from this recording. I only now realized after I stopped my previous recording the way the recording captured my game screen was not the way I wanted. Because I was capturing a modified window size instead of the game window. That was my mistake. Oops. And I believe this should be fixed now. If I did not mention this clearly yet, the reason I am repeatedly playing at this new game +1 difficulty is because this is the minimum difficulty level that I can find permanent attribute increases from chests and from boxes. And this level of difficulty is easy enough that I should should be able to survive until the end of the final boss, and then return to the village with all of the resources that I found. One imp is close. Okay. I saw the imp on my map. That is decent. So this is a comfortable difficulty level for now that supports the growth of my character. And I will play the higher difficulties later when I feel more confidence that I can finish them completely and in a fairly easy way. The reason I choose to play this way is because the main value for me of completing higher difficulty levels in based on the new game plus level is to unlock more maximum levels for my character. If I wanted to build up and find plenty of resources, including wood, stone, and gold, I believe this would be much easier in lower difficulty new game plus levels. Because the enemies will be less difficult to defeat, and that means I can complete battles much faster. Then what that means is shorter battles means less total time consumed for all of the battles. And that new game plus playthrough will be primarily just gathering resources. And if I wanted experience, that can be built up from lower difficulties as well. I do not know if this game gives us larger resource rewards or larger resource amounts if we play in the higher new game plus difficulties. But I was slightly surprised in my recent recording piece that when I completed this new game plus difficulty level, I was able to return to the village with roughly 600 wood. But if I wanted to accurately compare how much resources I find between new game plus 0 and new game plus 1, I could just play new game plus 0 with the same choices that I choose at the beginning of the new game plus playthrough. Which includes the gold bonuses and includes that drink that gives me more wood but less gold. But for now, I am content with playing this new game plus 1. There is no problem with people choosing to listen to this game recording. Instead of watching the video. And to help remove one possible confusion, if my game area looks slightly different, since the previous recording piece, when the screen had missing parts around some edges, the reason is I changed a specific game setting to zoom out the game perspective. If people are interested which game setting, this is I will show this briefly now. So this game zoom, my default value was 1.2 if my memory was correct. Then I wanted to zoom out, which increases this game zoom number, which is not intuitive. Because my understanding is when you change a number named game zoom, my understanding is a larger number means that we zoom more into this game. But not a drama. I did achieve the zoom out. And the main reason was to create a more stable game perspective for me. What I mean by stable is I dislike game effects like screen shaking. And when my game perspective is zoomed out,
No charges.
I can see much more of my visual space. Which reduces my need to shift and move this perspective around just to scan a specific sized area. And what I am describing now about this perspective or a view of this game space might be similar to field of view, if I understand correctly. And one extra reason I value a more zoomed out perspective is lower risk of motion sickness. I do not clearly recall if any game has caused me to experience motion sickness. But I still prefer to minimize that risk. Because I do enjoy engaging with my games. But I do not want to experience sickness and do not want to experience unpleasant state of mind when engaging with my games. I I did want to briefly talk about my thoughts about a a specific restriction on the internet. And this topic or this discussion might be a little sensitive for some people. So my fair warning for now is that if you are concerned about your mental health or how you might react to what I will talk about soon, then please skip possibly and this is a rough guess because I do not know how much time I will consume talking about this. But I would try to be more concise. So as a rough estimate, if what I will talk about very soon will be difficult for you to process, please skip roughly the next 1 or 2 hours of this recording. And if you require more context to understand what exactly I will talk about, then probably I will try to use safer language, but the context would be adult content on the internet and a recent event that impacted me and has me thinking. Okay, so now my warning is complete. I will now start to talk about this. So I do not know if this is only restricted to people who live in Australia. But recently, when I visit any adult websites on the internet, suddenly I am asked to register an account or sign in. And those websites only give me access if I provide some image of my face. That was never asked to me before. and the reason why I dislike that restriction, well, there are multiple reasons. But what one of them is, initially, that adds more steps for me to engage with that content. The second reason I dislike that is that I I was partially uncomfortable sharing a picture of my face as proof of my age. And that there was one part of me that, or one part of my mind that wanted to refuse sharing that picture, because that is personal identifiable in information. But also in a vague way. I was not extremely concerned with sharing that picture either. Because if that picture must be associated with me, then I am not concerned about the idea that if people are aware that I watch adult content, I am not ashamed of that. And my belief is that all people should never feel ashamed for choosing to engage with adult content. And the reason for that is that what we experience through hormones or other similar experiences, I believe that is a human nature that we should be able to safely explore.
It's empty.
But now that I am talking about and thinking about this now, this might not have been as big of a concern as I initially thought. but I do like to consider diverse perspectives. And one reason I believe this restriction to this restriction of adult content to legal age people is that if there are people that have or that are above the illegal age, of consent, then this face and age verification can add unnecessary steps to access that content. So for example, not all people are going to be comfortable sending pictures of their face on the internet. Especially if that picture will be associated with these adult websites. And if there are people who are the okay age to view this adult content, what if they do not have any convenient way to capture a picture of their face? So I did not have the best decision, or I did not engage in the best decision when trying to when trying to progress through this restriction. So I was uncomfortable with sending a picture of my face just to enable access to some of these adult websites. But unfortunately for me, I was horny enough that I wanted to access some of that content much sooner at that time. So my decision was a risk by sharing a picture of me just to access content that I could have accessed before while being anonymous. So talking about and thinking about this now, the my experience with trying to prove my age to access this adult content does seem like a minor inconvenience. But the one reason I wanted to talk about this is the existence of this restriction has made me think about a deeper problem that we should be solving first. So to add some context, I am one person that supports human freedom of expression. So that includes free speech, and also includes if people want to share any content on the internet. And if people choose to share opinions, and if people choose to create and to share adult content, I believe our access to that content should never be restricted. I will explain my reasoning very soon. But one part of me is very curious to understand why are there individuals, or why are there groups of people that seem to believe that the one way to protect the minds of younger people is to restrict or block their access to various media. My belief is that if there is any media, any product, any activity that can cause harm or can cause damage to any human, The problem is not that those things exist. I believe the problem we should be solving is how to educate people to consume those media responsibly. So my related question is, why restrict adult content and add more steps for all people to access, when we as humans could do a much better job at teaching and at educating and guiding younger minds. So for example, I believe a great way to protect children or protect minds from unhealthy consumption of adult content is to engage in better parenting. And to be clear, I am not trying to disrespect parents. I am not a parent myself. I may or may not choose to be a parent in my future. But I believe parents have great opportunities to educate their children. So if I was a parent, I would like to believe I can help protect my children from adult content by teaching them what are reasonable expectations when engaging with that content. At least as a start. So I may explain things like, okay, child, I am warning you that the internet has websites and content that show people being very horny together. and this is often a representation of fantasy. And please do not copy what you see with people that you meet in real life. But it is okay to watch and to enjoy this content.
Potion is empty.
And I would encourage you to engage with this content in a moderation. And I encourage you to find ways to balance how much you engage with this content with other values in your life. So I believe great parenting is a great way to protect children and protect younger minds. Because you can teach valuable lessons to your child before they even engage with any media. But that is only one layer of defense. My next idea is to have a better school education system. So what I mean is that any school teachers that are responsible for sex education, I believe they can engage in similar conversations with the students. So if I was a sex education teacher, I would either recommend relevant sex education videos for these younger minds to watch. Or I would just use the same conversation that I believe an ideal parent would explain. So for example, if I was a sex education teacher, I would start a conversation like, well, welcome students. there is content on the internet. That there is adult content on the internet. These are some website examples, and while there is not much we can do to stop you from accessing those websites now or in your future, we encourage you to engage. If you choose to engage with this content, we encourage you to engage responsibly. And what this means is always remember, this content is a representation of fantasy, not real people interactions. Sexual feelings is a human nature. So we should never ever feel ashamed about that. And if you wish to engage in these feelings with other people, please communicate with them and seek consent before you continue. So my understanding is if we can successfully educate younger minds about what we should expect about this adult content, and teach how to engage with this content in a much more safe way, then why would we ever need to restrict people's access? So to vaguely summarize, the problem is not people can harm themselves. The problem is that we have really poor systems that help teach people how to protect themselves. And I am going to share a relevant but slightly funny story to me. But still talking about this some adult discussion. There was a time much earlier in my life when this was before I was teenager. Or maybe I was very like the first year of being teenager. And my body was probably producing much hormones at that time. So I was really horny. Well, to be fair, I am still kind of horny, but responsible horny, if that is clear. But to return to that story, I was much younger. I wanted to explore my sexual feelings. And I had enough skill to use computers. And I had enough understanding that the internet was a place I could freely search for various content. So one day I decided to search for some adult content because I was curious what I might find. And at first there was not much change to me as a person. That is partly because I have never seen one of these adult websites before. And at that time, I was living in America. So what I did find on the internet was some kind of American sex worker website. And if my memory was correct, their homepage said things like, "Oh, pay $12 or $20 to have one person visit you."
It's empty.
And to be clear, I never actually accessed that service. Partly because I was too young and I did not have my own money to send. But I was at least looking at the pictures on that website, and one person was like standing there, like there was a picture of a person, standing at the home website page, just holding out their penis.
What's behind here?
And that part of the story was slightly funny to me, because at the time I I did not recognize that as a penis. And because of my young mind, what my brain actually did was tried to replace that penis with something I was familiar with. So in my mind, when I looked at that picture for the first time, I was thinking, why is there this big picture of someone holding a sausage? And at that time in my life, the only long red objects I have ever seen were just sausage foods that I have eaten before. So I I secretly visited that adult website, partly because I was not comfortable sharing with my family that I was curious about this content. And then I was vaguely satisfied with my curiosity after that. So maybe that is partly because of my personality type. But when I look at adult content on the internet, that that does not change my behaviors in a way that might make other people uncomfortable in real life. So after going to that American adult website when I was very young, that did not change me to become I I I did not become this like super ultra horny person that must hump people in a public and like just like touch people like I I was still very much the same person. I was very quiet. I rarely talked to people unless they approached me. And I still consumed most of my time just playing games. So that includes PlayStation games. That includes computer games. So I was probably lucky that my unsupervised mind when engaging with some adult content, I that did not transform me into a person that experience did not transform me into a person that commits crimes. I I was just this horny growing child, and I was curious, and then I was satisfied. So I found that one web page. I saw red sausage. I I might have seen some blonde people, and then I was like, okay, I am done now. But my guess is that if that was much more restrictive, if I was not able to see at least pictures, maybe that would build up a much more unhealthy desire in me to be curious. And what many people might not realize is that when you restrict something too much, for some people, what you are restricting actually becomes very very exciting to try and access. So when something is forbidden, or something is secret, or something is illegal, that can encourage some personality types to actually try harder to access this thing they cannot access easily. And as a slight tangent, a another opinion I have is that I believe sex workers and sex work should be legalized and supported. And one reason for that is that if all of the people involved, including clients and the sex work, if they are all consenting adults, then there should be not much problems, if any. And as a slight tangent again, I have not thoroughly researched this, but what I did here was that Australia does not have legal, or does not have supported sex workers. And one part of me wants to engage that service at least once, so I can experience that. But back to the discussion about adult internet content. Oh wait, I want to continue my slight tangent briefly to finish my thoughts. I would like to believe that legalized, supported, and consensual sex work may reduce the number of sexual crimes. And this relates to the idea that, and my belief, we should stop restricting people. If people are given access to or given at least more convenient access to to things like sex work and adult content, then that may reduce the chances of those people harming themselves. And might actually support the mental health of those people in some ways. So to relate back to the sex work, if that is legal and supported, and both the workers and the clients and engage in more of that type of sex work, then maybe people would feel less lonely.
No charges.
Especially in a society that is becoming fairly isolated because of the technologies that we have. Well, that may not be a fair statement. Social isolation and social skills, they are influenced by influenced by what parents teach, influenced by what schools teach, and influenced by social interactions. But I believe we could reduce the number and reduce the intensity of problems and reduce human related problems in this world if we stopped obsessing about harsh restrictions and focused more on better education. so that we can teach people to independently protect themselves. And if we take this idea to a logical extreme, if restricted access and banning people was the only way that worked, because some kind of harm can happen, then does that mean that we have no choice but to ban and restrict access to everything on this planet? Anything in life can be a danger if we are not responsible. If we eat too much food, we gain health problems. If we engage in too much entertainment media at the cost of basic survival needs, we add health problems. If we are too passionate about pursuing a project or committing to work, then we have a higher risk of burnout and exhaustion. And just about anything in life can be some kind of catastrophic failure. And one problem with extreme restrictions of access is that we are taking away opportunities for people to learn how to be more responsible for themselves. As a slight tangent, great parents and great leaders never control their children. They should be encouraging and inspiring the behaviors they want to see. And some people might respond and say, well, what if the person that might be exposed to the adult content has a brain type that is very easily addicted to that content? Then my response will be, if that is true, what else are they likely to be addicted easily to as well? And is blocking their access to one of those things really going to help them in the long term? Isn't blocking access to, or blocking people's access now, not actually solving the problem? You are just delaying the problem until they are older, and they may have easier access. So I believe one of the best ways to teach children, or teach young minds, or just teach any human, allow them to make mistakes, give them a safe space to learn, and they may surprise you with how they grow as a person. And as great leaders and and to finish my other thought, if there is a person's brain that is easily addicted to anything, then the a bigger problem to solve should be how to help them navigate life in a way that can protect them from most things. Just simply restricting people for a temporary time in their life, I believe may not be the best not the best solution. And what might inspire people to engage in the behaviors that we desire, that can include moderation, especially if we are parents, and especially if we are leaders. We should communicate that we will try to trust that these people will engage in the behaviors that we want. If as parents we regularly communicate, or regularly suggest that we do not trust them, then what you might discover is you have now indirectly encouraged them to avoid doing what you want, because they will never be able to prove prove to you that they can be trusted if you never ever trust them and never give them a safe space to learn. And using restrictions in this way can add some problems to this world, because what you have communicated to another human is you are in some position of authority. You decided without other people's consent what they can and cannot access. So when these people grow up and become promoted to positions of authority, they might behave in similar ways, using authority and using power in a reckless ways to restrict other people. So to try to summarize my very, very long talk, I believe freedom with safety and guidelines is much better than no freedom and too much restrictions. And I am one person that greatly values my own freedom, including freedom of speech. So when I have these experiences of what I believe are very unnecessary restrictions, this reminds me of ways that I believe this world could be improved. And to be clear about what I was talking about, I am not saying that I am some kind of super expert that knows exactly how to improve society. But what I can do is I can observe. I can try to understand what I have observed, and I can critique the systems that we operate in. And if there are people that disagree with my beliefs, I am interested in understanding why they disagree, and what gaps in my knowledge or gaps in my understanding they might have detected. So I do not I do not consider myself as a perfect person. But I can try my best to solve problems. And this is my similar belief relating to the law as well. In an ideal world, we do not need the law. We do not need punishments, because people might be so amazing at communication. People might be amazing at finding and maintaining agreements. And when that happens, we do not need authority to control how people behave. I would like to believe that our world will progress towards that type of utopia in the future. I just do not know when that might happen. I just have strong beliefs about freedom and how how to better build and maintain a safe space in that freedom, and to better support other people's freedoms, and support their, and maybe incidentally support their mental health too. And I have some guesses to why this world is the way that this world currently is. So one problem is maybe this world does not have enough leadership training, does not have enough training for great parenting, and where we need that most would be guardians or caretakers of children. We need better leaders as teachers in school education systems. And we need doctors to be better leaders too, because those skills to listen to individuals, help understand their perspective, and provide the support they need to lead a future that they may want. And one reason why we lack better systems and lack this education is that maybe many people struggle to be authority for a very large number of people. So having the authority to impact the lives of hundreds and thousands of people is a massive responsibility. And maybe the reason why so many punishment systems exist is because those people are not great leaders. And when people struggle, they are more likely to choose what is easy. And it is much easier to punish people than to actually educate people. And unfortunately, I wish this world had much less punishment, and actually found more constructive ways to encourage the people behaviors that we desire, and not punish the behaviors that we do not desire. And this can be and these similar human psychology can be observed with games as well. I do not know if there is much scientific evidence for what I will say. But I would like to believe there are more people. There are more people reporting they prefer to be rewarded for desired behaviors. It, instead of wanting to be punished for the undesired behaviors. And if you have personality types like a masochists that enjoy punishment and enjoy suffering, then any existing punishment system has already failed to encourage specific behaviors, because now your punishment system is now rewarding those brain types with that stimulating punishment. So yes, human minds are very complex. Large scale human interactions is also extremely complex. We may need more discussions about this, and I believe we need much better solutions. And this might be similar with parenting as well. This problem of trying to use punishments as a system to influence people's behaviors. And my understanding about the problems of punishment. Yes, punishments might be easier to deliver than better education. And yes, punishments may reliably shut down specific behaviors in the short term. But as soon as that punishment system disappears, those people will return to their natural behaviors. And Even though punishments might be a a reliable way to control some behaviors, that same punishment process can also be very destructive. So yes, punishments can stop some behaviors, but punishments can also destroy people's confidence. Punish can destroy people's trust. Punishments can destroy safety. Or more clearly, punishments can destroy psychological safety. Punishment teaches that excessive power is the only way to solve problems. So punishment can stop people behaviors, but punishment is also adding all of these other problems. And when you have a large enough group of punished, broken people, when those broken, punished people become elevated to positions of authority, their decisions may also punish and break more parts of this world. So please, I ask parents, I ask leaders, I ask just all humans, please try to interact with humans with much more compassion. That includes compassion towards yourself. Please stop using punishments, and please stop using restrictions as some easy tool to change people. Please stop destroying. Please stop destroying psychological safety, and please minimize the risk of a people minimize the risk of people becoming toxic. And we can start simple. So the next time that we interact with any human, please do not judge them. Please do not assume anything. And please help us build safer spaces that we want our children to be operating in. And restriction may not always provide safety. Restricted spaces may just encourage people to create other spaces where they have more freedom. So my mind might have felt too excited talking about this. Partly because I have some strong beliefs about this topic. But to try to summarize again, I believe the problem is not that humans can inconvenience themselves. The problem is that our systems are doing a poor job at teaching people how to protect themselves from inconveniencing themselves. And it may be helpful to have much better parenting systems, much better leadership systems, much better compassion between individuals. And better awareness and better understanding of what is the impact of terrible systems like punishment. I suddenly realize I may have communicated in a way that might have one undesired interpretation. To clarify, I am not saying that people, especially parents, I am not saying that suddenly you people are not being as great as you can for your children or for society. What I meant to say was I believe I can understand where some problems may start. And if possible, great parenting and great leadership can prevent or can minimize these problems. And I want to acknowledge and be fair to parents too, that I believe parenting is very, very challenging. So I was not trying to suggest that being a great teacher was or is very easy. And if we as people struggle to be better teachers, struggle to be better educators, struggle to be better parents, struggle to be better leaders, then we simply might need more support. So possibly one common challenge for most parents is financial stability. Although it may be more accurate to say all people have that same challenge. But parents still have that challenge too. And if financial security was much more easy for all people to secure, I would like to believe that could enable us to be much better parents. I am the type of person that if I chose to be a parent, and I was a parent during favorable conditions, then I would want to be a parent for full time. So that means I would want to commit most of my waking day teaching and nurturing my own children, and trying to be a very amazing parent. And I believe I understand that parenting involves great sacrifice. I am suddenly not talking as much because I am waiting for this loud sound to stop. I do not know if people can hear, but some neighbor might be mowing their lawn. So that lawn mowing noise is slightly more quiet now. But yes, what I wanted to clarify, I was not trying to shame people for their decisions. I understand that life is complex, and life is challenging for most all people. And I support compassion, which includes no regrets, and accepting our decisions. But I am also trying to communicate where problems with human society might start, and ways we might be able to solve problems early and often. And this responsibility that does not have to be all placed overwhelmingly on one person. And I believe some of the primary reasons why us humans experience so much struggle is that this world does not have the best systems. And this world's systems does not support people as much as they should. So to try to clarify again, I am not trying to blame individuals. I am trying to comment on the nature and possibly root causes of some problems. And that we should have much better systems so that we can be much better individuals. And having more better individuals can help create stronger and more trusting people, more trusting people communities. And as a slight tangent, one of the best ways to support, well, my belief, my belief on how to best support people is to inspire and encourage the behaviors we want. And to either fix or to build better systems. As individuals, if we have capacity and the motivation to be better parents, to be better friends, to be better educators, then engaging in those best practices can be a great way to help support current people and help build a better future. But freedom of choice should be respected here too. So even if our choices are not the best parenting choices, and not the best educator choices, that should be okay too, because I would like to believe that we can make mistakes as well. But this is very complex for me to try to communicate. So I am not trying to disrespect specific people. I am mostly trying to share some very complex thoughts that cover a fairly large area. And I do want to briefly share a small story piece about myself. I was not fortunate to have the most amazing parents. My my biological parents, they were, if my memory is correct, they were, my parents were mostly terrible with communication. And that could be because of multiple reasons. And I would like to believe I do not hate my parents. But my parents have showed me what poor parenting can look like. So if I decide to be a parent one day, I believe I will learn from the mistakes of my parents. I do not know how much detail to explain relating to my early life and relating to my parents. So I will not try to share too much if listeners might be uncomfortable. But I believe my experiences with my biological family was very much a broken mess. My parents divorced when I was a very young person.
It's empty.
And my parents had multiple conflicts and arguments with each other. And extra challenges for me was that my parents tried to teach me their Asian culture. Now that I am much older and I have better understanding, I respectfully disagree with so much of that Asian culture. And me as the oldest sibling in my family, that there was much pressure on me to be a high performing academic student. So some of the earliest years of my life were some of the most stressful parts of my life. And I will stop there for now. But the brief part I wanted to communicate was that my experience as a younger person with my parents was not great. Which at the time influenced my behaviors, and influenced my understanding of this world. And to be clear again, I do not feel upset at my parents. They probably tried their best, but unfortunately for me,
That skill is not worth.
their best was not enough, and not enough to protect me from very large amounts of stress in my life. And while I was living with my family, that there was a much higher risk I I would experience burnout, and I would experience meltdowns. So I will now stop describing my 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 memories of my younger experiences with my family. And now I feel much happier as a person. And that is partly because I chose to permanently disconnect from that same family. So what that means is that I never talk to them ever again. And I never ever catch up with them. That is a decision I recommend people deeply consider. Before they follow through completely.
Potion is indeed.
I am not saying that permanently disconnecting from family. I am not saying that decision is a great idea. I am only saying that in my personal experience, that was a decision that helped secure some more happiness in my life. If my memory is correct, I have not communicated with my biological family since at least 4 or 5 years before now. I like having my own space. But I am open-minded to sharing time and sharing space with other humans. But only with people I am more compatible with. So that means I am most interested in people that agree to communicate with me. And help us solve problems between each other. Oops, I'm stuck. So yes, I did not want to consume too much time talking about sad stories about myself. So I will now finish that discussion for now. I do not know if I feel or felt catharsis. But deep conversations probably give me some relief. And stay down. I was just copying the phrase that my character just said. So if I do understand this game, sometimes when I defeat the enemies, my character says, "And stay down." So I do not know if that phrase is triggered. Triggered randomly, or triggered when I defeat some enemies very efficiently. But yes, I am greatly enjoying this wizard class build. And the reason is that the abilities I chose give oh no, I'm stuck. Oh, I died. My mistake. So that is one challenge with my wizard build, is that, wow, is that almost 800 wood? So this is one challenge with the way I built my wizard, is that they are less tough relative to my other class builds. But I like how the abilities I chose give me a much more accessible way to engage with the combat systems. And by supporting the wizard's main strength of massive spell damage, I am able to finish several battles fairly quickly and fairly easily. So I like my wizard very much. And if I can build up enough resources, I can donate to the local church and increase my wizard's strength and increase their toughness more. I am slightly curious if one reason one reason for my struggle is that I replaced some trinket chests with resources, which means less trinkets that might give me defensive bonuses. And maybe that drink that I choose that stops me from regenerating health, that stops me from regenerating health above half my maximum health. But no dramas yet. Because my main intent for now is to gather plenty of resources and progressing until after the final boss just means I have access to some more rewards at the end. But that is okay. One reason I enjoy this game is because I can try and try and try again. Are there no more drinks that greatly increase my toughness? And most of these drinks seem to give like one benefit, but they also seem to give at least one problem. Then I would choose the drink that increases how much stone I get. So when I donate to the church, I can increase my defense slightly faster. I I still want to replace the experience scrolls because my character is already at the current maximum level. And I want some more maps. I have one sudden idea. When I return to the village again, I want to consume some of my gold to buy some stone, and that will help me grow my character's toughness faster by donating more stone more quickly. I very much like this wizard build, which is mostly amazing. My only struggle is just before that final boss. I fight those shiny orbs. And this magic spell, these Hydra heads, their damage is greatly resisted by some of the enemies. And an imp is close by. Where? Okay, I see that. For 14 of that resource is not super useful. I would prefer instead
It's empty.
6 billion gold. But yes, my wizard build in the context of this game's systems is my wizard is almost perfect. Because me trying this build is very accessible. And the wizard is very strong as well. The only main challenge I have are those elemental shiny orb enemies before the final boss. So the problem with depending on elemental damage if that damage is fire, ice, or lightning, is that one of the corresponding elemental enemies just before the final boss. They will greatly resist my damage. I almost want to redistribute some of my skill points so that I improve my magic missiles. Although now I am curious. I did not know I can bind to the mouse wheel up, so that would be convenience for me. Oh yay! Mouse button up is amazing. Okay. So maybe I should use that magic missiles. And that's may enable me to defeat that final area of monsters from a safer distance. And one of my struggles with my current wizard play style is that I always must be fairly close to the danger. Partly because my magic sword only operates at a very short range. And my Hydra Head's magic spell only attacks enemies that are nearby as well. So I must run close enough to the enemies to position those Hydra heads. I am curious. I forgot to try this earlier. But one of the achievements in this game is that if I drink this one here, if I drink enough potions, this game gives me more skill points. But if I recall, back at the village, they give you unlimited potions. So I'm curious if I can progress that achievement much faster from the village. And if yes, I would try to give me some skill points slightly sooner. Oh, should I finish that one enemy? Yes. And maybe with some magic missiles. Great. Wow, that was strong. 1,000 critical damage from one missile. Oh, that almost wants that almost encourages me to change my wizard build slightly. I might take away my skill points in this Hydra head's magic, and instead optimize those magic missiles. But one reason I like these Hydra heads is they are amazing at inflicting damage over time. So against bosses, these Hydra heads can inflict massive damage very quickly. Or I guess why not have all of the magic? Why not build a wizard that is decent with magic swords, with Hydra heads, and with magic missiles? I completely forgot that I might be able to bind bind some keys and some buttons to my mouse wheel. So this adds more flexibility with expanding how many abilities I can use. The reason I did not use more abilities sooner is because I had believed the only convenience access to buttons I had from both my hands, they would be the two mouse buttons, and then my left hand on my keyboard. That left hand must press for one of the four buttons to move, or I mean one of the four move directions. And I have more buttons around that to access my inventory. And a button to use potions if I need quick access. But now I feel slightly more excited. So my next plan is to try to use some more magic missiles. And I only now realized using more magic missiles still complements my current wizard playstyle. And the reason I say that is because even if I use my Hydra head's magic, I can I can still use magic missiles after. But the main problem then becomes me exhausting my mana too fast. But if I ever pick up trinkets that simplify my mana management, then I have access to much stronger magic much faster. And I was thinking the magic missiles can also support against that level type before the second final boss. Those that bone snake boss I mean. Because in the two levels before that snake boss, some of the enemies use very strong lightning magic. And if I battled them with magic missiles, I can probably survive from a safer distance. I have noticed that my recent playthroughs of this new game +1 difficulty, I have not picked up enough, or I have not picked up any of those potion bottles that permanently increase my attribute points. So I do not know if that means I am unlucky, or my choices at the beginning of or just before the start of a new game plus including my choice of food, drink, and the architect. Do those choices stop those attribute potions from appearing? I wish that was not true. One moment. The magic missiles with my wizard is a fairly strong magic. But I like these Hydra heads. Partly because they inflict the same or similar damage multiple times in a brief time.
No charges.
And I did read the details of the magic missiles and compared to the Hydra. And relatively the Hydra head's magic inflicts much more damage than magic missiles for the same mana cost. But yes, sometimes magic missiles can be better than this Hydra magic. For example, I might fight enemies that are so weak that one magic missile destroys them. So that would conserve my mana better. And I am very interested with testing my magic missiles against those elemental enemies just before the final boss. But very likely the Hydra heads are much better at damaging enemies faster than magic missiles. And that is much more obvious when I battle the bosses. because the bosses are the toughest enemies I will ever battle. And with minimal effort, I observe my Hydra heads drain the boss's health very quickly. So now I am very interested in testing my magic missiles later, because maybe I do not need a tougher wizard. Maybe what I truly need is better magic to fight the enemies that I struggle with most. And I still have spare mana capacity. Because the way I use my Hydra head's magic, I still conserve my mana mostly. And stay down. Oh, I like this. I can trade to get 100 wood or 61 stone. I I want the wood so I can donate more to upgrade my spell damage. I am double checking my map. Oh, I did forget one piece of gold. One moment while I fetch that. Okay, great. That was 1 damage from those wall traps. Where is the next door? Okay. I suddenly have one idea. To survive easier. What if I summoned my Hydra heads at the later levels like this, and then use magic missiles to trigger the enemies? I feel proud of myself. Thank you, Brain, for giving me a great idea. And I was thinking another way I can survive easier in that final level is that when I am surrounded by those group of eyeballs, I can use magic missiles to try to defeat them faster. So one of my recent struggles was that if those eyeballs completely surrounded me, my Hydra heads and magic sword did not seem to defeat them fast enough. And now that I learned how to access more abilities more easily, I almost want to play again as the paladin class. Because they might have some amazing magic damage. And I can use the paladin's unique healing ability. So I missed some gold pieces, but I will pick them up soon. And stay down. There were two gold pieces here. Okay. This might be one of those times that I prefer the magic missiles much more. Because the Hydra heads are too mana expensive. Just to defeat these individual enemies. one minor critique or one minor complaint about this game is that when I acquire any shadow curse, the lighting of the game seems to reduce. And I prefer the light to stay the same, so that I can clearly see where I am walking. I do not want any challenges with navigating my game space. I very much like this game experience. I like this walking around, and defeating enemies fairly quickly. Or gathering treasures and growing my character as well. Oh, I saw that. Was that a secret room? And I like this game has a clear structure that I can replay. So I suddenly recall a similar game that I have played multiple years before now. The name is Diablo 2. the game from Blizzard. And I vaguely did enjoy playing that Diablo 2. And maybe at the time I did not have the best state of mind. But I believe one reason I stopped playing Diablo 2 was that I felt too overwhelmed from playing that game. Which was partly because at that time the skill my skill required to survive when fighting monsters seemed too difficult for me. And when I did play Diablo 2 with other people, the game experience seemed too fast paced. And the reason that game seemed too fast paced was the people I played with at that time. They just wanted to rush through that game.
Potion is empty.
So what that meant was we would follow the linear order of the game progression through all of the caves and all of the areas. And then we would defeat any bosses. And then rush back to the towns. And then we would level up. We would upgrade our characters, and then we would rush out to the next areas. So maybe that was partly my mistake for playing with those people. And I did play some of that Diablo 2 in single player as well. but I vaguely recall that game could not maintain my interest. And the user interface did make me feel overwhelmed as well. There were so many choices with which attributes to grow with my character. And each Diablo 2 class had a skill tree as well. I was not able to easily decide which skills that I wanted. So if I recall correctly, I tried to create a very simple play style for myself. So that meant I tried to choose one ability that I would focus, and that ability would receive all of my upgrades. And I would try to be a great specialist in just that one ability. So with the paladin class, that there was one time I decided just to upgrade one of the starting skills. I believe the skill name was Might. And what that did was just increase my weapon attacks by a fixed percentage amount. And that was decent, but similar to my experience with this Heroes of Hammerwatch 2 game, using weapon attacks at short range was very difficult for me to execute. And I had to risk the life of my character by running towards the enemy and then triggering my weapon attacks. And the aiming system in Diablo 2 was not the most smooth e- experience. And then later I tried some other classes with ranged attacks. And that included using arrows with the Amazon and using the sorcerer. And I may have forgotten what my experience with those classes were like. But yes, I did play Diablo 2 for some time, and I was probably distracted by some other games as well. I I may have forgotten what other games I played at that time. But I believe I was also playing much StarCraft. Which is also made by the Blizzard group. But there have been several times when I enjoyed playing games. Not all games gave me the perfect user experience for me. But I did learn what types of game experiences I enjoy more. And which types of game experiences I do not enjoy as much. Oh, I forget if I mentioned this before. In one of my previously uploaded YouTube videos. But probably one big reason why I enjoy playing games was that I had a parent at the time when I was very young who helped teach me that games can be a valid and very enjoyable hobby. And what I mean by that is I have joyful memories when I was very young, sitting next to my parents or sitting next to my father, and we would play games together. So because at that time games were either very old or very new. Okay, that was a very confusing sentence. I meant that the games I am referring to are very old relative to now. Because those games had less features and were very much single player games. They were not multiplayer. Oh, now I suddenly forgot. Why did I describe those games as new? Oh, because wait. When I say new, I mean relative to its time. So at that time there were not too many computer games, and my parents had a job in IT or some technology job that involves working with computers. So at that time, that was a very early stage of the game industry. Maybe before the games industry was named the game industry. So we had these ancient games, and I would sit next to my parents, and we would divide the controls in those single player games. And one joyful memory I had was we shared those controls with this old racing game named Road Rash. The brief summary of that game is we race as these motorcycle riders, and each time you finish a race, you earn some money. And the closer you are to finishing the race as first, you get more money. And that there were always only the same few levels that you could choose from, but they become progressively more difficult and longer, based on how great your bike was. And that there was a great variety of colorful bikes and colorful bike suits that your character wears. And my parents would have the more difficult task of driving the bike. And my supporting role was to press a few buttons that would attack the other bikers if they are next to you. And that game was very funny as well, because often we would crash our bike in some of the most funny ways possible. So one example was we were riding our motorcycle one time at very high speed, and then we crash into something that sends our character flying through the sky. And I can see we can see our character just our body was just spinning through the air. And then eventually when we land on the ground, we land on a police person sitting on their bike. And then we are arrested immediately. So that was very funny, and my parents was laughing out loud as well. And for some context, I believe the story, the vague story of that game is that we are part of this group of motorbike racers. But the way we are racing is actually illegal. So that there is this system of this police that will try to arrest you if they catch you during the race. So similar to game vaguely similar to a game like GTA. So in those games you can upset the police, and the police will try to stop you. And in this road rash game, if the police catch you, the race ends immediately for you. We receive some penalty and lose some money. And then we must choose the next race to start. And that reminds me of this YouTube extra credits video that I watched one time. And what that discussion was about was how to engage with games that minimize mental health problems. And I may have forgotten what most of that video was talking about. But one part I do recall is they said when introducing games to children, as parents, we should not depend on games as a tool that will take care of your child. And the extra credits video said something like that was because your child will grow into a person that might become addicted, or they might become too dependent on games in their lifestyle. So I might rewatch that video, because what I am saying now might be wrong. My memories of that video might be unclear. But I do recall mention in that video. They said a much healthier way to teach games to young people is as parents to play games alongside your child. And help that child learn that games can be a healthy activity in moderation. And I recall that when I watched that YouTube video, that reminded me of my much younger life when my parents played games with me, next to me. And my parents at that time may have accidentally taught me how to approach games in a much healthier way. So that is one positive I can say about one of my parents, is that they probably helped me learn how to manage a hobby that I deeply enjoy. And at that time, if I was learning from the example of that same parent, the way that they engaged with computer games was in moderation as well. I do not recall ever discovering my parents just playing games all day. Although maybe they had plenty of of responsibilities, so may, maybe they could not play all day. But as a growing young person, may, maybe that taught something to my subconscious, that it is very okay to play games, and to have regular breaks from playing games.
Ah, creep. It's empty.
Okay, I almost want to find that YouTube video, and watch that when I am not recording, so I can remind myself what that discussion was about. But based on what I just described, I do vaguely agree that if parents were more present, they could help teach and guide their children better. But could we not say the same thing about anything else though? Why did extra credits talk about parents and games in just that one video? But maybe my parents was not able to help me too much, because if I do have plenty of free time, I I often would want to consume most of my day just playing games. And I do recall as well. My parents tried to restrict my access to playing computer games. And my other parent told me that I I would be allowed to play computer games, but only as a reward for completing school homework. And for some time, I believe that that approach worked okay, because that did teach me that if I wanted to engage in some pleasurable hobby, I would have to finish some work first. But then the problem with that way of trying to motivate me to work is that when in my senior high school years, when study and homework was much more difficult and much more time consuming, I I never really finished enough work to give me time to play computer games. So what that motivated me to do was to try to rush through my homework. And I tried to rush through in the most minimalistic way. And that rushing was easier with mathematics because I could just solve simple equations re, repeatedly. But with English and with science, that was more difficult, but I still rushed through. And what initially was an okay strategy to motivate young me to complete work eventually became a stressful motivation to to rush through my work. And not only did I rush through, I felt guilty for trying to engage with games when I did not complete my work. And there were multiple days that I felt too stressed or I felt too exhausted to work. And what I really needed at those times was to just focus on relaxing with my games. And that parents would always try to pull me away from my games because they were always worried I would lose the motivation to work. And that same parents applied great pressure to perform greatly with my school grades. That also added much more stress and eventually I was struggling to enjoy playing games because playing games suddenly became this guilty pleasure that that I would often only engage with when I was tired or exhausted. And I started to hate schoolwork much more. And at the same time, I was taught that school grades were extremely important. And I was pressured into believing that school grades would guarantee some future career for me. And that school grades would or working hard would guarantee some kind of university qualification. And so for much of my senior high school life and even my early university life was me feeling very exhausted and me feeling very angry. I did not intend to accidentally tangent into some of my unfortunate life history. So I would try to redirect my talk to more game and more positive. I almost forgot to apply my strategy of safer battles. And this is the exact levels that I want to apply that strategy. Thank you, Hydra Heads. I appreciate that. So I might be a little bit quiet just for now as I execute and practice this new tactic or strategy. What is the difference between strategy and tactic? And what is the difference between those two and a plan? I am suddenly slightly curious. And I may ask ask ChatGPT later. I like this approach. This is a much more calm and much more collected way to battle. I summon hydras. I shoot a long range magic missile. And then the enemies just run to the hydras and receive much damage. I am still enjoying this wizard's class. This almost encourages me to play as the other classes that can summon allies. So I mean, like the ranger can summon the wolves, and the warlock can summon the gargoyle. So I may have now discovered a much safer way to battle, and maybe I should not run directly into large enemy groups. But I like running into large enemy groups. That is a form of efficiency too. Because the sooner I run into them and the sooner I engage them in battle, the sooner I can defeat them. I am trying to dodge projectiles. Why are the hydras not attacking? Well, they were not attacking for a brief time. Yeah, what? Okay. I am surviving much better, but my mana consumption is much greater too. Oh, wait. Maybe my mana consumption is okay, Maybe it is because some of those enemies actually drain my mana. Okay, I suddenly realize I can probably survive much easier if I just slow down and be more careful and just run away from the enemy attacks when I can. But I am very interested in learning soon. Can my magic missiles defeat those final level like shining orb enemies much easier? I want to test that idea. Did I forget anything yet? On, stay down. Okay, most... No, all of this level seems to be explored now. So one more task for me. I wanted shadow curse, so I can remove this shadow curse and triggering those ash piles. Oh wait, no, that might be wood. But triggering those fires will help me progress those achievements. To unlock some more. Oh, too much damage. I was being a little risky. So if I am careful, I can survive smaller groups of enemies much easier. And if I see a larger group, I will try to pull away the enemies in smaller groups at a time. Well, that was much smarter. I I was able to weaken a large group by attacking them by attacking smaller pieces. Maybe I should battle in this way in the final level. So if I do not walk too close to the enemies, maybe I can avoid much damage. Okay. Hmm. Oh, too much damage. I did not pick up two gold pieces, and my level is almost finished. I I want to trigger that pink fire area, and then I will battle the boss. And I will try to always move so I am not stuck inside this crowd. Yay! Okay, now is my opportunity to test test these magic missiles. Yeah, they seem like they are helping. Great. All of these ice enemies that would typically resist my ice hydras, I could magic missile most of them. And my magic missiles are not as strong as they could be either. This is great. I like this. I like my wizard build much more now. So I can survive easier in this level now. I can't do that yet. Great. Oh, that is a lot of enemies. I'm stuck in here. Okay. I was not expecting to be suddenly crowded by 4 sources of massive eyeballs. Well, at least I tried. Okay, so this idea to survive is still still not the best yet. Hmm. Okay, I did want to recover, although maybe the magic missiles would still support me. Maybe I should strengthen my magic missiles. But first, I want to recover some of my skill points. So my logic now is boosting any trinkets that increase my resources, and upgrading trinkets that increase spell damage. Because my wizard is built for spell damage multipliers. Hmm. Or instead of magic missiles, I could use fireball, which might actually be much stronger, because in the area of damage, that could damage multiple enemies at the same time. And fireball is a vaguely long range attack as well. Okay, let me remind myself, how does fireball function? So I want to bind that skill. Okay. Interesting. And it creates some short lasting fire burning. But what is that damage? I cannot see. Okay, so 100 normal damage and one critical damage. Oh. 100 damage is okay, but magic missiles is much stronger though. Magic sword, but please stop so I can see the actual fireball damage. So 128 or 700 critical damage. That is not too amazing, and I wish my magic sword was much better at protecting me at short range. The this magic sword seems very inconsistent. Why was my magic sword not doing this against those eyeballs? Or were there just too many? I am slightly curious. What magic choices do I have if I have this fireball? Oh, the fireball can now bounce. So that is similar to the magic missiles. I can slow down enemies with this ability. Oh, or I can increase explosion size. That is decent. I want to try a new plan. So my biggest struggle with my wizard now is being surrounded by too many enemies. I need a very strong explosion of damage. And I want to maybe also take away some points from the magical sword? Because this sword might not be helping me as much. The Hydra magic is very strong. The only problem is that the Hydras take breaks when they attack. Well, what was that sword damage? Let me check. Oh, 500 damage. That seems the same as the fully upgraded sword. And I wanted to recover my spell. Oh. Oh no, maybe spell mastery can stay the same. Now I am curious about the sorcerer. Do they have a combination of skills? Oh. One part of me believed this discharge was physical damage, but I guess not. Okay. I forget if I donated resources, and this time I want to buy some stone. So I can increase my well, actually maybe not yet. Maybe I do not need toughness increase yet. Like faster. I mean.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
18% spell damage. And I want to first test if this fireball magic can protect me.
Mm-hmm.
18.5, so that increased. 11.86.
Mm-hmm.
Not increased yet. 19.5%.
Mm-hmm.
Great. 20.25. Okay. I want to switch off the magic missiles so I do not accidentally use them. Wait, the fireball bounces and triggers explosion with each bounce. So does that mean this multiplies the damage? Because multiple fire explosions? That actually seems amazing. So I would try to upgrade the fireball because my hydras are decent. And instead of more defense, I would choose some more damage. I still want more resources and I want some more maps. Okay. So let me try this fireball. Wow, did that say 800 damage? That is massive from the 200 damage at the lowest level, or whichever lowest damage I had. Wow, so 800 is the minimum damage. And I can launch that from a safe long distance. Okay. And I can use this fireball much faster than the hydras. Okay. This might be what I need. And the sword still does 1000 damage? Or what is regular magic sword damage? Okay, that was critical. Okay, 300. So much weaker than the sword was before, but still decent. Interesting. I want to test this wizard build. I can see that the fireball seems to bounce once and trigger the same damage again. Oh wait, that bounced damage does seem a little weaker. But still could be useful. That is still much extra damage. I like this. So when the enemies are not too tough, I can defeat them very fast with the fireball and my magic sword. And if the enemies are very tough, then I can depend on the hydras. I vaguely like the fireball more than the magic missiles because fireball seems stronger and seems to inflict damage much faster. The reason I changed my Hydra damage to ice just now so that I am not completely weak against enemies that that greatly resist fire damage. So when I fight the enemies that resist ice, I can use my fireball. Interesting. Why do the enemies inflict almost no damage to me now, but but near that final level, they are much stronger.
Potion is empty.
Potion is empty.
Vile creep.
Oh, I can shoot fireball above the obstacles. Or or maybe I shot through. Okay. Okay. I can choose stone or more hydras. I choose stone. I see that. I can choose much more spell damage. And I just received double damage. A small group of enemies down there. I just realized if I choose that reduced spell cooldown, I can use fireball more regularly. So maybe that would help me stop those eyeballs. And I mean stop the eyeballs much easier.
No charges.
Oh, skills cost no mana now. If I had the magic missiles, I I can blast them non-stop. Oh, I forgot my skills do not cost mana, so I can use them much more freely for now. Double damage fireballs is amazing. I forgot one piece of gold. And I triggered a group of wolves that gave me more gold. Oh, 100 wood. Yes, please.
Unstable!
Forgive me if I seem a little quiet at the moment. I do feel a little tired, and this is late during my night. So I will prepare to finish this recording piece soon. Oh, increase the size of the explosion. Oh, that seems larger. Great. Wow. So now time to return. And I believe I am more energized. Yeah. Oh. I do want to change my controls. Because when I need to aim that fireball, it is much easier from a more accessible button. So I like this better. And the Hydra magic does not need aiming, so I can just change that to a mouse scroll trigger. Okay, these controls seem to be slightly more comfortable, which is great. So that means when I progress to that final level, I can activate my fireballs much easier, or at least easier. Oh, I see the gold. I want that rich gold. And stay down. I agree. all of you enemies should stay down. Okay. And between the end of my previous recording piece and now, I had some ideas for how I can solve this problem. Of surviving against those very high element resisting enemies. Those shining circle orbs in the final level. I like naming them orbs, but they seem to represent a corresponding element, fire, ice, or lightning, and they greatly resist that damage. And if my fireball fails, I could try to use weapons. So I was thinking I might try the fire staff again. Especially because the wizard can increase arcane weapon damage. So if yes, that might be another way to survive against those eyeball swarms. And I was thinking too, one other way I did survive those eyeball swarms was my other classes carried weapons that gave me parry chance. So I might have some options. I will explore and we'll try to find a solution. My favorite solutions are those that are most accessible and most effective. Well, I now have a massive fireball size. Oh, the fireball can be blocked by walls. Okay. I understand. I'm I may prefer the fireball is enough to protect me against eyeball swarm. And I say that because I can focus my character build better. Because now my wizard is optimized for magic spell damage. But if I must use weapons or must use other tools, then I would divide my character build to support those other tools. There is one part of me that likes to play games in a way that I build a character or build a team that has one super ultra mega amazing giga specialty, which helps me focus my decisions. And can simplify how I engage with the game. Because if I only have one tool, one weapon, one option that I can use always, then I just activate that always. Why have I not seen any of those items from shadow chests that give me permanent attribute bonuses? I want some more. And if I will not receive more because of my choices, I want to understand what those choices are, so I can plan and progress through this game in a more satisfying way for me. I like satisfaction. Satisfaction makes me feel happier. Oh, excuse me if you could hear that sneeze. Oh, wait. I just realized if I want to survive better against those orbs at the end, why not use my potions? Well, that was a Trevor fail moment. I completely forgot that I have potions. That is probably a very valid way to extend my survival. Oops. I forgot about potions. My mistake. So that means I could maintain my most comfortable playstyle. I
Potion is empty.
Potion is empty. I probably could just maintain my building my Hydra magic and my magic sword only. Oh wow, did I see that's correctly? When Fireball inflicts critical damage, that is up to 5,000 damage. Amazing. Very amazing. Why is my magic sword not attacking now? I wish that magic sword was a much more consistent attacking system. Sometimes it just sits there. But one part of this game that I dislike is that the person or the people who designed this game they seemed to ensure that no single class or no single play style is super ultra amazing. I I respectfully I respectfully disagree with the game design idea that all game choices must be balanced. So yes, it might be a great intent. To ensure no single play style is the absolute best, and people choose nothing else. But one problem with that game design, which I am experiencing much now, is that none of my play styles seem reliable enough. All of the classes, all of the choices, all of the weapons and tools that I can choose, they are just variations of terrible. So yes, maybe one tool can do something that some other tool cannot. But each choice seems to have at least one fatal weakness. And I really dislike that. Oh, I like all of these options, but my shadow curse increase will become massive. Well, I will try and take that risk and try to survive. Can I not squeeze through that small space? I guess not. But yes, I dislike this game design approach that seems overly obsessed with balanced choices. And my understanding is that if no single choice is very optimal, then none of the other choices are worth using. And I do not want to be forced to have to multitask between two or more options. One part of me just wants to play. I just want to hyper focus. And I want to blaze through my games with amazing flow. Is that too much to ask for? I, I do not want the experience of, oh, what is this situation? Which of the 6 million tools should I use to react to this situation? Oh, this time it is tool number 6 billion. And now here is another random danger to manage. Which of my 15 billion ultra terabillion tools should I choose from? This one. Wait for 15 seconds, triple backflip, launch 16 fireballs, cast triple backwards lightning, take a rest for 6 hours, and then backflip, front flip, combo. That strategy for that specific situation that only happens once every 5 minutes. Please, game designers, please respect the limits of the human brain. I am a human. I am not a supercomputer that wants to crunch through overwhelming amounts of choice. Game designers, please give me a space that I can focus much easier. Is that too much to ask? Is that too much? And to be clear, I believe that there likely are people out there that enjoy extremely complex games, and that is very, very valid and very okay too.
No charges.
I just do not have that brain type. And just because game designers choose to create game spaces that supports people like me does not mean that must take away from what other people enjoy. So I believe an interesting and challenging skill for all game designers is to create a game space that can accommodate for any neurodiversity. So people who enjoy extremely complex games and enjoy massive amounts of decisions, that is very okay. My preferred play style of more flow and a more accessible experience, that is also very okay. There is no right or wrong way to feel happy with life. And neurodiversity means that many of us have unique ways to enjoy our lives. And there are likely other brain types out there, like masochists. Masochists enjoy suffering, and that is very okay too. I believe I am not a masochist. So any person listening to this recording now, please do not chase me with a whip. Can I shoot my fireball from here? Great. So that is one unique strength about fireball is I have much greater range and reach relative to the Hydra magic. But in most combat situations when I play, the Hydra heads are best, because that is the strongest magic my wizard has. Which means enemies are defeated much faster, which gives me better safety. And this magic spell does not require any effort to aim. The Hydra heads automatically aim, and they automatically attack. Did the game just say I received Blessing of Might? If I recall correctly, that increases my damage. So now I have a higher chance to survive against those those eyeball swarms, which is great. Great, 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 and great. Oops. I meant to use the Hydra heads, but I used the fireball. That is amazing. That is probably the most efficient way I have ever defeated any boss in this game with my wizard. Excuse me. I see that cracked wall. I now have extra resources. Oh, I just realized if I want to survive the orbs better, I can choose these trinkets. They give me elemental resistances. Okay. But I do want to try using potion. Oh, I see the cracked wall. That was convenient. Two cracked walls in the same area. And from my experience, this game only has a maximum of two secret rooms each level. So now that I found two secret rooms already, I do not need to look for secrets or wall cracks. I like the structure of this space. This seems like some unfamiliar structure to me, and looks almost like a small village or a small city. And I like this space is organized into these small rooms. And I can easily travel to any room that I want to. So if any people are curious why I chose to receive so much shadow curse count, the main reason was I wanted those choices of trinkets and abilities. But I only realize now I might be safe. Partly because my wizard can fight from a safe distance. And partly because I have a special effect equipped. I will show that soon after I finish these battles. So this equipment, 1% chance to remove one shadow curse when enemies die. So if I am fighting hundreds and hundreds of enemies, I have a decent chance to remove at least a few shadow curse. So I like that ability. I was just thinking too. Why would this game restrict what is our maximum level? I would like to play on the lowest difficulty setting. And just grow non-stop. Why must I unlock progressively higher maximum levels? Because I believe a valid playstyle is to focus on just one class. But the way this game's systems are designed, they encourage people to play as all of the classes. Partly because eventually one class will just fail to survive. So playing as multiple classes helps unlock more passive bonuses for all the classes. Sometimes I prefer game designers never ever force me to play in a specific way. If sometimes I just want to focus on one option or one play style or one class, then I want to focus on my one option, one play style, or one class. I do not want to have to divide my own brain or divide my working memory into several pieces just to engage and just to progress with the core experience of this game. Not all people are masochists that want to experience games with much complexity. And to be clear, I am not saying that I only want easy games. I want accessible games. I will happily engage with complex systems if the game gives me a way to approach those systems easier. I do not want most of my time struggling with the user interface and struggling to control my character, especially in a dangerous areas, or any areas that require much more urgent action. And that reminds me, when I was much younger, I learned how to play this old game named XCOM Apocalypse, and that game was probably not simple. Well, that may not be a fair example of accessible complexity. Because when I was much younger, games were much more difficult, or there were much less games. And much more difficult for me to experience new games. So my motivation at the time was to enjoy every game I could play, because I experience restrictions with how much I could play games, and I was restricted by the number of games available. So what that meant was that I tolerated poor game design much more, because those were some of the only games I could play and enjoy. But I like that today there are much more games we can choose to play. And I like that making games today seems to be faster and easier than before. So that means game design and a user experience is much more important. And one way to describe the importance of game design if there is one moment in your game that may seem a little frustrating, a little annoying, or a little confusing, us as game designers should remove that experience. Because what if that experience repeats several times? So one example, I dislike the Stardew Valley games in inventory system. Because that user interface is slightly difficult to use easily, and I regularly must manage that same inventory space as well. So what would seem like one minor inconvenience becomes multiplied into greater annoyance and greater frustration during many hours of play. So this made me suddenly realize there is one possible technique to support game design. If your intent is to create an accessible experience, then maybe one valid game design technique is to ask yourself, what would happen if I replayed this millions of times? What if I replayed this specific sound millions of times? Is that sound going to be annoying? Is that sound going to still be a pleasant to hear? If I repeat this user interface interaction millions of times, is that user interface going to become frustrating? Is that user interface going to exhaust me? Is that user interface going to reduce my motivation to engage with that user interface? So I believe a great game designer is always play testing their games. And always play testing the user experience. And deciding how to fix or how to improve that user experience. And great game designers ask other people to help play test, because what game designers consider as easy or as comfortable might be completely alien to other people. And that is because one struggle about game designers is that our complex ideas just make so much sense in our own mind. But when we try to execute those ideas, or try to realize those ideas, other people that are not as familiar with those ideas might greatly struggle to experience your game vision. And the solution is not to dump this 6 billion page manual on your players, explaining all of your game's systems. What we should do is design accessible self-teaching systems through play. And a possibly other helpful thinking for game designers is never assume anything. Never assume your audience understands your game as much as you do. Never assume your audience plays much games. Never assume your audience are fast learners. Never assume your audience will approach your game with extreme motivation. Never assume anything. Which means game design is very challenging. But game design can be extremely rewarding if you can build systems that can accommodate for any human brain type. If a child can pick up your game and learn with no struggle, you have succeeded as a game designer. If a grandparent can learn how to play your game and enjoy playing, you may have also greatly succeeded as a game designer. If you can break down your game systems in a way that any grandparent can understand, and if you can communicate your game in a way that any person can understand, you have succeeded as a game designer, and you are an amazing communicator. And that to me is very interesting. I would like to play games created by amazing game designers created by amazing amazing communicators. One game design technique that I believe is interesting is introducing complexity slowly over time. So my memories I refer to, they oh I do not like these choices. I must lose resources, lose spell power, or change a damage type. Okay, change damage type. The memory I refer to is some of the old strategy games. So StarCraft and Age of Empires 2. Those games start you with a few workers, and your choices are very limited at that game start. You can gather resources, and you can build some basic buildings. And then eventually, oh yes, Dragonheart. Now I can survive much easier. This increases my health regeneration by 25. Ooh. Okay, I am more likely to survive this playthrough. Yay. That dragon heart is my favorite trinket. I wish I could choose that dragon heart each time I start a new game plus. Oh wait, that only triggers when I am not moving. Okay, fair enough. So in games like Age of Empires, you can only start with limited choices, and the more you develop your village or your city, the game you unlock more options and more choices. So complexity increases over time. But what I dislike about that game design, oops, is that I do not want that complexity to increase non-stop. I want that complexity to stop eventually. And I like that early game experience of only considering a much fewer number of choices at any time. And I did recently hear one interesting game design approach is that apparently people who enjoy massive complexity, some game designers choose to show a more overwhelmingly complex game, and that excites those people because that helps communicate what is the eventual complexity they might engage with. But my response to that is that can we not accommodate for all player types still? So what if there was a way to have a complex game and accommodate for accessible interaction of those deep systems? And why not communicate at the beginning of the game the maximum depth of those systems in an accessible and foreshadowing way? Surely there must be better ways than just overwhelming your game with too much information too soon. And my beliefs are probably very biased. Partly because I struggle. And I struggle to engage with most games, because most games accommodate people that are not me. So I strongly advocate for more accessible systems. And I would like to believe building better accessibility does not have to conflict with a game designer's vision. As game designers, why not realize your vision in a way that is easier for people to experience? Why, as game designers, would you want people to struggle to experience the best parts of your game? Unless you are trying to make a game when struggle is the core experience. So maybe that might mean Dark Souls. Although maybe in those Dark Souls games, struggle may not be the intent. The intent might be extreme sense of satisfaction from personal achievements that often require struggle. I do not know how I will survive the orbs in the final level, because most of my magic is now fire type. And fire type damage will be greatly resisted by one of those enemy types. Then I guess I must be patient. Oh, that is a great idea. Some enemies greatly resist my damage, but the damage is not completely blocked. But during higher difficulties, when enemies have much more massive health points, that struggle might become much more intense. And stay down. But I will try. I would like to believe mistakes and failures are very okay. And each time I struggle, I learn how to improve. I like this fireball. This magic has become fairly strong. Yes, look at that. I launched one fireball at that group, and only one of those enemies survived.
It's empty.
I opened a secret accidentally. I am very okay with that. Whoops. Another way to survive against those eyeballs is increasing my armor. Okay. I like this combination of magic spells. I can summon hydras to attack the area in front of me. Then I launch a fireball to attract the enemies. And then I can run back to safety. Oh, I like this level is small. This simplifies my efforts to complete this level. If I am stuck with low mana or low health, I would try to remind myself to use potions. Okay, this is the exact enemy type I would struggle with. Ah, the eyeballs were defeated very fast. Or maybe the eyeballs were just stuck up there. Okay, this is much more struggle. I can survive, but I will consume much more mana. I probably should not have traded away my ice hydra, and I probably should not have chosen the fire magic sword. My mistake. Okay, not fire types. Great. I can defeat electric very fast. And I can defeat ice relatively fast. Magic sword is decent. I am defeating the eyeballs, and I am trying to conserve my mana, because if the enemies surprise me again with multiple areas of eyeballs chasing me, then I want to have enough mana to use fire. Oh, that was great. So I now learned I just need one fireball and maybe some fire sword attacks to defeat any group of eyeballs. Great. That is really useful. And stay down. And I would try to remind myself I have potions if I need them. This is actually okay. My fire damage is much smaller against these fire orbs, but I can still defeat them. Just defeat them slower. Okay, I like that. If my wizard had enormous mana regeneration rate, with my current wizard build, then my wizard would be unstoppable. This is the absolute representation of fire fighting fire. I wish I could fight this fire with water or with ice. But no, I must experience a slow, painful fire fighting fire. There is fire everywhere. Okay, now that is a slight relief. Can I actually progress until the final boss? And the slightly funny part is that I believe that the final boss of this new game playthrough is actually much easier to defeat than these elemental orbs. So if my understanding is correct, these orange yellow orbs represent fire. These blue orbs, blue white orbs represent ice. And these purple pink white orbs represent lightning. Is that a cracked wall? That looks like a cracked wall. Okay, okay. Remind myself. I have potions if I need them. I can heal my mana or my health anytime. So this is actually not too too difficult. I just need to dodge their attacks and just persistently try to damage them. But this would be much easier if I had varied damage types. But all of my attacks now use fire. Oh wait. Is that not a cracked wall? Oh. I just realized, what if I use my weapon? That looks like a crack. Okay. Yeah, why not use my weapon against the fire orbs? My ice damage should be much stronger. Oh, so maybe I am okay. Oh, great. Thank you, Ice Wand. But to be fair, I prefer a play style that means I can focus on less choices, because I do not want to reserve too much brain space to prepare 6 billion solutions for 7 billion problems. I just want the same attack style to effectively apply to all of the enemies. Okay, my ice wands might be supporting me greatly now. And stay down. So my progression through this final level might be slower because all of my magic is fire damage type. But I might be able to survive. Okay, I want to re-roll because I might unlock the Hydra heads with the ice damage. Oh, I have two re-rolls. I thought I only had one. Okay. Yes, I was lucky. Okay, now I can have ice damage again. Great. So now I will use fireball against the ice orbs. Okay, that is great. That is much easier. And now my ice hydras can defeat the fire orbs much faster. Yay! Yay! I feel slightly happier. That is a lot of shiny projectiles and lots of flying orbs. And stay down. Great. I feel slightly happier that I may have now discovered how to survive much easier as this wizard build in this final level.
Charges.
So this is great. I may have discovered finally my favorite class and favorite play style in this game that is both accessible and very efficient at helping me to progress, because my wizard class can now break through most or break through all of these challenges, and my wizard is very strong. Okay, I can do this. I can succeed. I am trying my best. I can do this. I can do this. Yeah. And I like my wizard can recharge mana fast enough. I am using very large amounts of mana, so 60 or almost 80 at a time. But between battles, I can recharge fast enough to use more of that magic. Ouch. I like my wizard class. I like my wizard build. I like myself. I am handsome. Okay. Okay. Now to progress some more. Excellent. Excellent. I can destroy fireballs much faster now. So that means I want to keep this fireball magic ability. So now that was probably the most difficult parts of my wizard's playthrough. Now I can depend on my hydras to drain this final boss very quickly. Look at all of that stacked damage. All of those numbers are just vibrating. Yellow numbers, pink numbers. I like having these hydras or any summon that can independently attack the enemies for me. I have potions. I want to remind myself I have potions. Yay! Yay! I survived. I am amazing at this time. Yay! I feel slightly happier. Now to quickly organize my inventory. Nope, nope. Most of my current equipment is much better than what I found. But if I did play in a higher difficulty, I probably would find better equipment, or at least equipment with much better or better levels. Okay. Okay, I feel happier. That was a successful test. And fireball magic is fairly amazing. Okay, now I want to donate some resources. Okay, 13.5 weapon damage. 14, so that increased. 18.5 spell damage. Oops, wrong buttons. 18.5 spell damage. Mm-hmm. 18.5. Now that is 19, so even better. 11.86 damage reduced. 11.86. Let's see. 11 point. Great. So now I reduce damage by 12% and 20.25 regeneration. Okay, 20.25, and that still stayed the same. So that is okay. I would just continue to increase these numbers and create increasingly amazing builds. Okay, and do I want to assign those skill points? Let me remind myself which trinket upgrades I do have. I only want to increase, or I only want to upgrade trinkets that give me more spell damage, because my 80 armor, because my wizard specialty is massive spell damage. So anything that multiplies my spell damage more is very welcome. A mask damage against bosses is okay, but I can defeat that final boss very fast. So I might not need this. Okay. That was amazing. That was very amazing. And if I have spare skill points, I might upgrade my sword as well. Maybe, but I could survive really efficiently with just hydras and with just fireballs. Okay. Okay. I will now have a break from recording and I may return soon.